ask them about what they allege, and then they write it all down on an FBI 302 form, and it's very formal, and they get the whole testimony down and everything. Now, there's a 302 form in the Epstein files with an interview with one of the survivors, with one of the women or girls, recorded one day before Epstein was found dead in his jail cell. And the vast majority of the contents in this 302 form are redacted. But a journalist was able to point out a couple connections between what we know of this woman who alleged that Epstein introduced her to Trump and then forced her to suck his male member, and the information on this 302 form. So first and foremost, there are biographical details that match that original tip that we just went over, and the FBI 302 form that was filed the day before Epstein was found dead, that is for the most part redacted. Both of them note the woman having a criminal history in South Carolina, as well as they both match public reporting about a South Carolina victim relocated to Vancouver, Washington, close to Seattle. And what we know about the woman on this 302 form that is the same woman who told the FBI that she had been forced to suck Donald Trump's male member is that she actually filed a lawsuit against Epstein in 2020 and then received a settlement from his estate in 2021. You can't get a settlement if you have no evidence. This means that her allegation against Epstein came with evidence and received a settlement from his estate. And that's a fact. And because that these biographical details match from this woman who sued the Epstein estate, the Epstein estate listed on this FBI 302 interview form, and the woman who accused Donald Trump of being forced to suck his male member, shit's getting real. And we're going to continue to talk more and more about this. This isn't quite national headlines as of yet. I mean, this news literally broke right before we went live. And I'm sure that we'll talk about this more in the coming days. But I just thought I'd let you know that this is by far the very most credible accusation that we've seen yet from the Epstein files, because seemingly what we're looking at here is a woman who we know was taken advantage of by Epstein and settled out of court after suing his estate in 2020. Also accused Donald Trump of being forced to suck his male member. And this is on top of all of the other accusations found within the Epstein files, the 30 accusations outside of the Epstein files, the court that concluded Trump raped a woman in 2023, and the recording of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation in 2005. So, folks, I know that we talk a lot about Donald Trump's character on this live stream, the terrible man that he is, and a lot of the Trump supporters who will join this live stream always have something to say about it, saying, Dean, why don't you talk about policy? Dean, why are you always talking about the fact that he's a rapist? Dean, why are you always talking about these different claims of the man he is? And the answer to that question is because it matters. It matters more than you know. All right? Predators shouldn't have power over their prey. Predators should be under the jail. Okay? That's a fact. Predators should definitely not be holding on to the highest ranking position of power available to any human alive, such as the office, the presidency of the United States of America. And what we're looking at truly is the largest political cover-up of my goddamn life. So we're going to go ahead and hop into those debates right now. We already have the very first Trump supporter of the day connected up and loaded into the live stream. For the 10,000 people watching over on TikTok, I appreciate y'all for being here, alongside everybody that's already tuned in over on YouTube. Before we give the mic to this guest to tell us how the hell they still support Trump, it is so crazy that there are still Trump supporters in this world. I'm going to quickly thank two people over on Super Chat. First and foremost, Anger YouTube. I appreciate you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get to enter Anger W's, who says, shit's getting real. Absolutely. I think that this needs to be looked in more. I think that journalists need to be covering this from around the country. And I think that everybody needs to be focusing on this story a little bit more. And I hope by tomorrow, this is one of those national headlines that everybody is concerned about. The Democrats and Thomas Massie in Congress are requesting to go back into the DOJ to look at this 302 form so we can confirm with certainty that it's the same woman who filed the lawsuit against Epstein. and the same woman that accused Donald Trump. I think that we need an answer on that from somebody that could access the unredacted files through the DOJ. Jackie, thank you for the $5 as well. He says, I support your mission, Dean. Well, thank you so much for that, love, Jackie. At this moment in time, go ahead and take it away. M48, the mic and the floor yours. Tell us how the hell that you still support Trump, even after everything that we just spent the last, let's see here, 7 minutes and 40 seconds going over surrounding these new, unearthed, credible accusations made against him in reference to the Epstein files and wrongdoing on behest of possibly forcing girls to suck his male member.
That's a tough thing to try to oppose. I'm not going to defend pedophilia or say that it's okay or to say that these accusations shouldn't be looked into. But until they're looked into and investigated, and there's full proof, there's an investigation. An investigation has been opened, then we can't say that an accusation is true. You don't know that for certain.
Okay, but listen, if what we're seeing here with this connection between the woman who filed a lawsuit against Epstein, settled with them, essentially proving, okay, that she was taken advantage of by Epstein. If this woman also told the FBI that she was forced to do things with Trump, would you believe her?
I don't think it's my position. I mean, if I was on a jury and she came and stated all this information and there was proof behind it, yeah. I mean,
listen, dude. I think that America has spent too long not believing victims of violent sexual crimes, especially the survivors of Epstein and his associates. Okay? There has been 2 people that have gone to jail in connection to Epstein. That being Epstein himself and Ghislaine Maxwell. And we know that there were more powerful men involved. Okay? I saw something on my Twitter feed before I went live. And I was thinking about sharing it as a breaking news, but it is just simply too graphic and too horrific, okay, to really delve into on live. It surrounded a file from the Epstein files, a document from the Epstein files with a redacted photo, but it then went on to give an explanation of what the photo encapsulated, which was an image of a naked prepubescent girl being handled in many ways by a lot of adult men in connection to Epstein. None of them have gone to jail, all right? All of the men who visited the island, none of them have gone to jail. Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein, who's sending him emails saying, "Is this the gynecologist, the OBGYN that you took your victims to?" He hasn't gone to jail. So we know that there are other rich and powerful men out there that took advantage of women and girls with Epstein and alongside Epstein that have not been held accountable to the full extent of the law. And I think, from my perspective, if there's a woman or girl that we know was taken advantage of by Epstein, and then they turn around and they say that they were also taken advantage of by Epstein's best friend, who was sending him letters depicting the naked body of a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret," and then followed up in 2019, days before Epstein died, where he was seemingly sending a letter to Larry Nasser, another very infamous child sex pest, saying that Trump shares their affiliation for young, nubile, or sexually attractive girls. I'm going to believe them, especially considering Trump's own character, with already having a court determine that he raped a woman and already being outed as admitting and boasting about how he would sexually exploit women and girls, saying that he literally found it funny in 2005 when he told Howard Stern that he just barged into their dressing rooms.
Yeah, that's not okay. And I don't want you to think that I don't believe victims. I mean, that's what you have to do. You have to believe victims. However, there are individuals who would say things just to say things. I'm not saying that this is one of those cases, but that is there has been
I don't see it.
Issues.
I don't see a survivor of Epstein doing that. I truly don't.
I'm not saying with the Epstein situation in particular. I'm just saying there has been situations where you see somebody goes to prison for 20 years, 25 years, and then all of a sudden the victim.
But listen, literally the question that I asked you is if the woman who made this allegation against Trump in connection to Epstein is the same woman, okay, who sued Epstein's estate for Epstein raping her and then settled with him and got money, all right, proving that she was one of Epstein's victims, of this is the woman who said that, she was forced to suck on Donald Trump's male member, would you believe her? Right? I just truly don't see, okay, a survivor of Epstein's that has already been verified and confirmed as a survivor of Epstein's, turning around and lying on the name of, somebody that we knew to be in close proximity and connection to Epstein for so many years, on top of the possession of a character that indicates that they are willing to do things like this. Like Trump, like I said, has already been found guilty by a civil court of law for raping E. Jean Carroll, on top of many other things. Like I don't really think it's too far fetched to sit here and say, okay, we should definitely believe her if this is true, or like if this is the same woman.
Yeah, no, and I'm on the same page with you. I wouldn't say that it's not able to be believed. But I mean, they would have to prove their case. Like, yeah, you can believe it, but I mean, hearsay it doesn't work in court.
Okay, so you're just saying it's hearsay. Like, that's insane to me. I don't get it. I truly don't get that perspective. I just, for the reasons I'm telling you. Yeah. So if somebody that we knew was a confirmed survivor of Epstein, also confirmed to saying that Epstein's powerful rich friends did things to her, if they were to accuse Donald Trump, you'd label that as merely hearsay?
It's not me that's labeling it.
Well, I'm asking you about your opinion.
I said that I would believe them.
Okay, so
but I mean, at the end of the day, regardless of if I believe them or not, it would be considered hearsay because he could say that it didn't happen and she could say that it did happen.
Okay, but the question is that you said that you would believe them.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So do you feel like we have enough evidence to corroborate that this is the same woman due to the fact that they're both living in Washington and they both have a criminal record in South Carolina? Like, how about this? I'm actually going to go ahead and play Aaron Parnas's video on it. I think that he goes over it quite well. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that now.
We have a major development right now. The FBI did interview a credible accuser of the President of the United States, Donald Trump, according to new reporting from Roger Sollenberger, completely undermining Pam Bondi's testimony on Capitol Hill, and completely undermining any claims from Republicans that there was no accusations of wrongdoing on Trump's part. Let's break down Sollenberger's report because it's stunning. So remember this accusation, the first one. I'm not going to read it to you because it is graphic, but it came from an FBI report that we had circulated in the past. We had found, well, Sollenberger found an FBI 302 form, a write-up suggesting that an interview with an Epstein victim and her lawyer was conducted on July 24th, 2019. It was entered into the FBI's case files one day before Epstein was found dead in his jail cell on August 9th. Here's the top of the FBI 302 form. See, dated August 9, 2019. And Sollenberger found that the biographical details matched the initial tip, which notes a criminal history in South Carolina of the victim. Now, here's where it gets more interesting. According to reports about the lawsuit, the victim claimed she had also been by other prominent wealthy men she met in other states, more specifically when Epstein took her to intimate gatherings in New York City. Now, look before that. She filed a lawsuit against Epstein, receiving a settlement from his estate in 2021. You don't just get a settlement and win in a lawsuit like that if there's zero evidence. Now, that evidence could have been abuse at the hands of Epstein, right? Not of the president. But for several days now, several weeks actually, the Justice Department, even on Capitol Hill, Pam Bondi said that there was no credible evidence of any accusations against the president. But there was a credible accusation. The FBI investigated it. What happened with that investigation? We don't know. The tip, the FBI 302, was logged one day before Epstein died in his cell. I encourage you to go read Sollenberger's full report on his Substack.
So what are your thoughts?
Is it a high probability that it is the same woman? Yes. But do we know for certain? No. Until that woman is asked and identified, we don't know that it was her.
Okay. So you said if it was the same woman, you would believe her. And you just stated that there's a high probability that it is the same woman. So you think that there's a high probability that Donald Trump did do this with a girl?
Not for certain, but I mean, it's a possibility.
But you just said high probability.
Reasonable. I did say that.
So you think there's a high probability that Trump did this to a
girl? If it were the same woman who did win a suit against Epstein and the biographical details match, then I mean, he's in the files. You don't really see all the information related to it because so much of it is blocked out. However, it definitely is a possibility. And if it is a possibility and it did happen,
but you just said high probability. So which one is it? Right, is it a possibility or is that high
probability?
Because you already told me, okay, that if it was the same woman, you would believe her. And then after watching that video, you went on to say that you think there's a high probability it's the same woman. So in other words, what you're saying here is because if it was the same woman, you'd believe her, and there's a high probability that it's the same woman, you think there's a high probability that Donald Trump did this to a little girl.
Correct. But a probability and a possibility, whether it's high or whether it's low, is still a possibility.
Well, I mean, listen, I agree. I think that we need Thomas Massey. I think that we need Rokana. I think that we need Jamie Raskin. I think that we need somebody in Congress to go back into the DOJ and look at their unredacted Epstein files, find this FBI 302 form, compare and contrast that to the name of the woman that gave that tip to the FBI saying that she was forced to suck Donald Trump's male member, and then publicly exclaim from the floor of the House with congressman with congressional immunity that that's either the same person or not the same person. I agree. I think that somebody from Congress needs to do that immediately, and I'd actually agree with you that right now there's a high probability that it's the same person, but I'd say very high probability that it's the same person. And because there's that incredibly high probability, I'd say that it's actionable for people like you and me to kind of take a step back and to reconsider our support for the guy if we still support him at all. Considering the fact that this isn't too far out of what we already know to be true of his character. You know, like this whole time you've been talking about, if it goes to court and it's proven, you'll believe it. But we've already had a similar case to what we're discussing right now go to court, where he's been found guilty, like with the E. Jean Carroll Grape civil lawsuit in 2023. What are your thoughts there?
Is that the one where he paid a settlement, but it was out of the statute of limitations, so it wasn't criminal?
No, that's not where he paid a settlement. That's where he was found guilty by the jury verdict and then forced to give her money.
Hold on one second. He wasn't found guilty. He was found liable.
So I take guilty to colloquially mean the same thing as being held liable, because when I use the word guilty, I just mean found to have done it. And of course, liability inside of a civil court is being found to have done it.
Well, or being responsible. Yeah, I guess responsibility is the same. So I'm not going to argue that. Yeah, no, I mean, I can't argue that. And of course, that's not the person that you would want at the helm of the most powerful nation in the world.
So because it went through the court process and because the jury held him liable, or as I said, found him guilty, do you believe this is something that Trump did to E. Jean Carroll?
I haven't viewed the files personally and related to the case. I don't know if they're public or not. But I mean,
yeah, they are public.
Yeah, I'll have to review. Well, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and go through the whole court case because, in my opinion, is not going to matter. But I mean, if that is what the jury decided, a court of appointed peers found him liable or guilty, then yes, that's how it works. He would be found liable or guilty.
Okay, so you believe that Trump is a rapist?
Well, okay, that's.
Because that's what he was found liable or guilty for. So, I mean, and then you just said that you'd agree with the verdict of the jury. So just to clarify here, you believe that Trump is a rapist, right?
I'm not going to say that.
Why not?
Because that's a powerful statement.
Okay, it is a powerful statement, but it's a powerful statement corroborated by facts that we just agreed to.
Right. Is he on like the, I don't think there's a rapist list.
I'm confused. What are you saying?
Because there's like a pedophilia list.
Where did
like in your word? I said I'm not sure if there would be like a rapist list.
I don't know what you're asking me. I have no clue what you're asking me about a rapist list.
I'm not going to classify him as that.
I'm just
he was found liable, but I'm not
considering the fact that that's what a court found, why won't you call him that?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, well, I think what you're experiencing here is cognitive dissonance, because you're the one that offered up the framework of, well, I think that these allegations need to be processed through the criminal justice system. And ultimately, if a court does find Donald Trump guilty or holds him liable for one of these violent sexual crimes, then you'll ultimately agree with the survivor and you will agree that Donald Trump is guilty of these actions. Okay, I then give you an example. Okay.
Yeah, I would say that
of a survivor doing exactly that. Okay, where she accused Donald Trump of engaging in this action and then took it to court, and then he was found guilty by the unanimous jury of 9. And in accordance with your logic, obviously you, I, and everyone else should now believe that Donald Trump is a rapist. But it seems like you are the only person that is now rejecting that Donald Trump is a rapist.
I don't need to say that. I can think that.
So you think it, but you won't say it out loud?
Well, I don't need to say it in a room of 15,000 people.
Okay, but do you think it?
TikTok Live. Yes, if
okay, so just to clarify, You think that Trump is a rapist, but you're unwilling to say that out loud.
I don't need to say it to a room of 15,000 people.
Okay, but just to clarify, that's where you're at. You think he's a rapist, but you feel uncomfortable saying it out loud.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that's. I just don't think it's the appropriate thing to say on live.
Why not?
Because I think there's other things to talk about on a live besides just whether or not I believe that he is this term or not.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that we could talk about here, but this is one of the things that we could talk about, and it happens to be the one thing that we're talking about right now.
Yeah. No, and I agree. Okay. Yes, if all these things did happen and he was found guilty, then yes, that would be the ultimate result is that, yes, he would be a rapist.
Do you understand that right now you're just experiencing cognitive dissonance? Like, that's all that this is. Right now, what you're experiencing is a separation between your emotional faculties and your rational faculties, because you are engaging in the use of your rational faculties and concluding that Donald Trump is guilty of raping a woman. However, you're being overwhelmed by your emotional biases, resulting in this very interesting and unique form of cognitive dissonance, where you'll actually like verbally state and literally tell me that this is what you think, this is what you agree to, but for whatever reason, because of this cognitive dissonance, you're unwilling to say it out loud. So like I've never encountered that before. I guess I appreciate you for your transparency and the fact that you agree that it's true and you think this, but like I find it like really like odd and weird that you're unwilling to say it out loud. But now that you know this information, does this change anything about your support for Trump? Is this somebody that you still want to be running the country?
Yeah, but my problem was saying that, like I mentioned, if he was found guilty, right? Okay. Then as a whole, he's found liable. He wasn't found guilty of rape. He was just found liable for damages. So technically,
he was actually found liable for rape itself. Okay, essay. That's one of the two things that he was held liable for. He was held liable for the damages of his defamation after he said the allegation was false and called E. Jean Carroll crazy. But he was also specifically held liable or found guilty for raping her.
Yeah, but like I haven't reviewed I haven't had a chance to look at it, so I'm not going to argue on a topic or debate a topic that I don't have the answer to.
But listen, we actually don't need to have much more conversation specifically about that grape case, because you've already affirmed that you agree with its outcome and you think this is something that Donald J. Trump has done. So now that you've explicitly agreed that you agree or think that this is something that Trump has done, you think that Donald Trump has raped a woman, does this change your support for him as president?
Oh, that's a good question. Does my confidence in him go down? Yes. Well, am I not going to support the president that's in the chair? No. When you're in the chair, I'm going to support you through and through because you're in the chair and I want what's best for America.
Well, see, that's actually preying on the downfall of America. It's very anti-American to hold on to that perspective, and I'll share with you why. Because we live in a democracy where our elective representatives are supposed to represent the interests of the people. And we don't hold on to this view in America that those who have power should be able to maintain that power indefinitely and do whatever the hell they want for it. No, we don't live under a dictatorship. Okay, we don't want to live under fascism or this tyrannical rule of a state that holds unilateral power and they can do whatever the hell they want with it. And see, the thing here is that the hidden check and balance of any well-functioning democracy would be the social support for or against the things those in power are doing from the people. So when you are one of the people and you're ushering the statement, or more so the sentiment, that you will support those in power regardless of what they do, then they no longer have that incentive from the people to act in accordance with their interests, because now the people are willing to support those in power even if they act out of accordance with their interests. You should never blindly support those in power. You should only support those in power if they are benevolently furthering the interests of the constituents of the country in respect to the betterment of all people. Because under your view, we could have a president that says, fuck the Constitution, we're going to throw that out the window. Fuck the checks and balances, we're going to throw that out the window. You know what? I think that we should abolish the 13th Amendment, bring slavery back. Let's go ahead and turn around, invade our allies. And let's just go ahead and, I don't know, kill all low-income Americans. But then you'll still be holding on to that perspective of, well, I support them as president merely because they have and are holding on to that position of power. It is just a mindset that ushers and inches us closer to a unilateral, totalitarian, fascist-esque control of a person or a governing body of people over the state and over us.
America has never freed
You're really far
themselves-
away from your microphone.
Let's be clear. America has never freed themselves to slavery. It's always been around. It's just in the form of prisons now.
You're right on that. But I agree with you on that. But I don't think that really like responds to my point.
Well, I'm still not understanding how he's not having the people in mind for the betterment of the country. I don't like. You can't tell me like, okay, we're not pushing allies away. We actually made allies pour more money into our collective group. We had an ally that was going to turn to China, and we said, if you do that, this is going to be the issue that you're going to face. Oh, we're not going to do that anymore. Now we're loyal to you again.
So we are absolutely
dictator
pushing our
running another
allies further
country.
away. Absolutely. I mean, like he literally
I
asked
haven't
the
seen anybody
military
leave
to.
NATO. We
He
haven't got
literally
kicked
asked the
out of NATO yet.
military to draft a plan of invasion for Greenland, which is a part of NATO. We saw the Danish kingdom, Sweden, Norway, the UK, France, Spain, and Canada all then send troops into Greenland. We saw that the Prime Minister of Canada came out and said that, well, if this happens, we might have to invoke Article 5 in the NATO treaty and literally go to World War III with America. Okay. I mean, just today, okay, we saw a meeting at the Munich Council in Germany amongst pretty much all European leaders holding a conversation about what they're going to do to stand up to the tyranny of Donald Trump and the United States of America under Donald Trump. That literally happened today, okay, on top of the statements issued from President Macron over in France months ago, stating that it may be time to unleash this economic bazooka against America if they go forward with their attempted takeover of Greenland. He is absolutely distancing ourselves from our allies. And this isn't, a conspiracy theory. It's not something that we could kind of reason by looking at the set of circumstantial evidence, but it's rather something that is being explicitly said by our allies. It is rather something that is being explicitly said by other countries in NATO, by all the countries that I just listed off. It is a fact that he is pushing us further away from our allies.
Reasonable, but I wouldn't say that just because of our desire to obtain Greenland, one for the minerals, the second for world defense. I think it was an issue because they thought America was overstepping. However, it has everybody's best interest in mind.
No, absolutely not. So you're attempting to argue that you don't really care about Donald Trump's desire to forcefully take over Greenland because you think it's in the interests of the United States of America. First and foremost, you're just literally echoing the underlying thesis of all theft ever. You're saying if we steal it, it would benefit us. That's why people steal. That's well, let me clarify here. That's literally why people steal. Like an example I gave months ago before I got a toaster is at the time, my girlfriend really wanted a toaster. So if I were to walk into my neighbor's house and steal their toaster and bring it over to my house, it would significantly benefit me and my girlfriend. But does that somehow justify the theft? Absolutely not. So then when you start this on a dialogue of saying, well, look at all these benefits that Greenland would give us to do with worldwide security and access to more minerals. All right, well, even if what you're saying there is true and it would benefit us to steal Greenland, that doesn't matter because that's the underlying thesis to all theft. In fact, I wouldn't expect Donald Trump to want to steal it unless it were to have some benefit for us.
It's not going to be stolen if it's given.
Well, it's not going to be given, and Donald Trump wanted to steal it.
He even said at a NATO conference, he goes, I don't want to use military action. I don't have to use military action. I don't.
Yeah, but I won't rule it off the table. And in fact, I'm asking my military to draft up a plan for the militant invasion of the country.
Because he said they of course the staff came. Do you want all options? Yes, all options. Awesome. We're going to give you all options. That's one of the options.
Well, the introduction of that option serves as a term for coercion if a deal were to be made, so it'd still be theft. And B, I mean, the Danish kingdom made it clear to Donald Trump 4 months ago that they never sell or give Greenland to America. And then they were backed up by every other country in NATO. So the only option that does lie on the table is an attempted forceful militant takeover of the country with their own military.
But we haven't done that.
Right, I know, because if we did, then Donald Trump would be over and the United States would fall, genuinely. They actually, NATO really forced their hand well on the Greenland issue. They made Donald Trump submit, and I thought it was great because what they did is they sent... but I'll explain it right now. Because what NATO did in response to Donald Trump's threat of a military takeover of Greenland was to send their troops into Greenland and threaten to invoke Article 3 if America were to invade. Do
you realize how many troops they sent?
Can you please allow me to finish speaking?
Go ahead.
Okay, so they sent just a handful of troops over to Greenland and then said and threatened that if Donald Trump were to invade with the military, that they'd invoke Article 5 of the NATO alliance treaty, which would lead to World War III. And what they did that was really smart is they basically forced the only option for a takeover of Greenland to involve a war, a full out war. Okay. They said, in order for you to take over this country, you're going to have to come in here. You're going to have to at least kill some troops from Spain, some troops from France, some troops from Canada, some troops from Sweden, some troops from Norway, and some troops from the Danish kingdom. So once you kill some troops from all those countries, then all of a sudden you're in a war with Canada, you're in a war with France, you're in a war with Norway, you're in a war with Sweden, you're in a war with the Danish kingdom, you're in a war with the UK, and you're in the war with the rest of the NATO alliance. And because they would force it to be that war, therefore they're also forcing that military action to require congressional approval, because remember, Congress is the only body that has the ability to declare war. And under the War Times Power Act of 1978, even if they were to do this war and engage in it unofficially without the approval of Congress, they still need congressional approval for that military action within the first 60 days after it starts. And Congress would never approve that war because it's not in the interest of the American people, and the American people disapprove of it, especially right now before midterms. They'd lose their seats and they'd be fucked. And by that, they forced Donald Trump to submit, because although our military is stronger than the troops that were deployed in Greenland, it doesn't matter, because we wouldn't have the approval to use that military because Congress would never give Trump the go ahead. And that's how they got Donald Trump to submit. That's how they got Donald Trump to back down. And that is a glorious example of why and how our allies can be so incredibly powerful, even against the tyranny that we see downstream from the Trump administration, and why just earlier today, they met and had a conversation at the 62nd Munich Council about how to counteract the authoritarianism that we see on the rise in America under Trump's leadership. They actually did really good with that one. I was really proud to see NATO. I think that they did great.
I can understand their action and what their goal was, but that's not acting. They sent full fleets. They just sent 5-10 guys apiece.
However, they didn't need to send full fleets. You kill 5 or 10 of their guys, yeah, you're at war with them. All of a sudden, you need a congressional approval. Congress won't approve it, and Donald Trump is stun locked, literally gridlocked. He can't do anything.
There wouldn't be a NATO without America.
and I don't think there'd be America without NATO. I think that we have built our country to be so strong, reliant on our allyships, specifically the transatlantic allyships, in which we are now seeing crumbling under the Trump administration.
Where have we relied on NATO for independence in America?
The independence and strength of America is built on our global partnerships and allyships to build our own country. And by the way, when have we relied on NATO? Sure, 9/11.
Reasonable. That was probably the last time, probably the only time that we truly relied on NATO.
So are you basically saying that you're okay with just NATO falling and our transatlantic partnerships just going away?
I don't think that it's an absolute necessity to the survival or the strength of the United States.
Right. So you want NATO to fall. You want to lose our allyships. You want to invade other countries. You want to conquer their land and violate the right to self-determination of their people.
Do you understand why NATO was formed?
Well, I mean, just listen to yourself, bro. Listen to yourself. You were just supporting mask off authoritarianism. I don't know how MAGA got this far gone. Okay, what are your thoughts?
I voted for Biden on his last election.
And I have no clue what led you to vote for Trump in 2024. And I definitely see that since then you've fallen victim to the propaganda. What are your thoughts on Donald Trump's mask-off attack on the Constitution?
The last administration.
One moment. What are your thoughts on Donald Trump's mask-off attack on the Constitution? Checks and balances. Where?
Give me the specific example.
Sure. One specific example would be his attack on the 14th Amendment when he tried to rewrite the 14th Amendment with an executive order, which told the world that he thinks that he's above the Constitution and the law of the land. Another explicit attack on the Constitution was when he said just a matter of weeks ago that he wants to nationalize the midterm elections in blue states. He wants the federal government to control them. However, Article 2 of the Constitution explicitly grants that power to the states, not the federal government. Another mask-off attack on the Constitution was his attack on the first article less than a couple days ago, okay, where he said if Congress doesn't pass this voter ID law, he's going to do it anyways, basically like saying that he has the power vested in Congress to pass new law from the executive branch of our government. Another mask-off attack on our Constitution is when he said that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media. That's literally a quote from Trump. That's an attack on our First Amendment. Mask-off attacks on the Second Amendment of his would include telling his DOJ to try to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for all law-abiding trans-American citizens. That was so blatantly in disrespect and disregard to the Second Amendment that even the NRA spoke out against it. Mask-off attack with the 10th Amendment when he illegally deployed the National Guard in Illinois, and then the Supreme Court was like, man, in our opinion, that violates the 10th Amendment. Mask-off attack on the 22nd Amendment with him saying that maybe he wants to run for a third term. There's ways to get it done, even though the 22nd Amendment literally says absolutely fucking not. You can never do that. I mean, mask-off attack on just, like a core American values, like when he called for the execution and said that these 7 Democrats in Congress literally need to be publicly executed and hung because they told our military that they have the right to disobey any unlawful orders that are directed to them by Trump if he does. Also the erosion of our checks and balances and civil electoral processes on J6. But you just said something. Do I feel like that's an issue? Do I feel like what's an issue?
You don't think it's an issue for members of our federal government to tell the military members to disobey orders?
Well, in fact, not only do I not think it's an issue, I think it's their obligation. I think it's their patriotic obligation as representatives of this country to remind members of our military to abide by their oath and follow the Constitution. I'd say the only people that would take issue with representatives of this country reminding the military to abide by their oath and follow the Constitution would be anti-American traitors.
Isn't the first, I think part of the, when a military member takes his oath, is that he will obey and execute all orders given by the President of the United States.
No, that's actually not true. It's all lawful orders given by the President of the United States.
Yeah.
They're specifically told by the UMCJ to disobey unlawful orders.
Yeah, so why would it even be an issue? Why does it even need to be said? If that was their oath that they've taken, why does it need to be reminded on public television during a commercial?
Because of Donald Trump's attacks on the Constitution and unlawful orders directed not just to members of the military, like the National Guard, deploying them in Illinois in violation of the 10th Amendment, unlawful orders directed towards the Constitution with the use of executive orders, like the one in the 14th Amendment, to when he attempted to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants, or unlawful orders to the Department of Homeland Security, where they now have the green light to arrest people under typical circumstances with no judicial warrant in violation of the federal law or Constitution, or barge into people's houses with no judicial warrants, once again in violation of the federal law and the Constitution. That's why it was so important for them to remind the people.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? Can you agree? Like, obviously, because of Donald Trump's attack on law and order, the erosion of our checks and balances, federal law and the Constitution, that obviously was a good thing for them to remind members of the military to uphold their oath?
I don't think it was necessary to remind the military members because military members know whether or not to obey a lawful or unlawful order, which, hold on. That shit's ridiculous. My God. That dude was a street away. Stop revving your engine.
Jesus Christ. Like, this is crazy. You're literally saying, listen, Dean, I understand that Donald Trump is a mask-off authoritarian, has eroded our checks and balances, has attacked the Constitution, and given illegal orders in multiple scenarios. But I really do think that the 7 Democrats in Congress that urged our military to disobey any unlawful orders that they're given by Trump are, like, wrong. Like, that's, once again, just, like, so anti-American, dude.
I just don't think it's necessary to do so because military members do know what's lawful or unlawful orders, and their commanding officers will let them know whether or not they're going to follow.
No, obviously they need to be reminded the same way you need to be reminded. All right? Obviously they need to be reminded the same way Trump supporters across this country need to be reminded. I think that it's actually really important for every single American citizen to be reminded, okay, that A, it's not normal, and B, it is illegal and like dictatorial what we see downstream from the Trump administration. Everybody needs to be reminded that we are watching authoritarianism in practice in modern American history right now, including members of our military.
Reasonable, Dean.
I mean, do you agree? Do you agree that the cornucopia of examples that I just gave you do amount to the Trump administration actively practicing authoritarianism?
I would say that they're pushing the bounds quite a bit.
But is that a red line for you? When the president starts attacking the Constitution, when the president starts attacking Congress and congressmen and women, when the president starts eroding the separation of power between the three branches of government and attacking our civil and electoral processes and destroying federal law and ignoring it too, that's a president that nobody should support. And honestly, they should be kicked out of office immediately for the legal, social, and moral sake of this country.
I would say he's trotting on the line, but I think the certain things that he's done have been done for a reason.
Jesus, dude. Exactly. So now you're saying that we can disregard the Constitution for a reason. He can position himself as a dictator for a reason. Listen, so what is that reason? The ultimate betterment of this country?
Well, the judicial warrants in particular.
1 second. What is that reason? The ultimate betterment of this country? Is that what you'd argue there?
I mean, America first all the time.
Right, the ultimate betterment of this country. Question, in the next election, what would ultimately better this country better? Gavin Newsom winning the presidential election or J.D. Vance winning the presidential election?
J.D. Vance, 100%.
Okay, so if Gavin Newsom won the next presidential election, fair and square, and then Donald Trump once again disregarded the Constitution and argued it was for the ultimate betterment of this country if he were to install J.D. Vance as president, even though he lost the election, would you ignore that?
There would have to be a reason. There would have to be some severe thing going on in America or in the world for that to happen.
But would you ignore it? Because that was the argument that you just gave. You just said that you don't care Donald Trump has placed himself above the Constitution as it would relate to the first article, the second article, the 14th Amendment, the first, second, 10th, or 22nd. Okay, so would you care if Donald Trump positioned himself above our Constitution as it would relate to our civil and electoral processes and literally installed J.D. Vance as president after he lost the election to Gavin Newsom because you think that J.D. Vance would make a better president than Gavin Newsom?
He wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, that's
you're not answering my question. It's like it is clearly a hypothetical question that I'm asking you to test the principles that you set forth. We can talk about hypotheticals until the sun goes down. In fact, we will. So please answer the question I just asked you.
It doesn't make sense. I mean, there's no need for me because he wouldn't appoint J.D. Vance.
Answer my question. If he did,
would retain
would you say if he did? Would you say that this is somebody who should be removed from office at once because he positioned himself above the Constitution, or would you say that you don't really care because it's for the ultimate betterment of the country?
He would need to be removed.
Okay. So if Donald Trump violated the Constitution in reference to our civil and electoral processes, he would need to be removed. So why don't you hold that same energy if he needs to be removed when he violates the first article, the second article, the 14th Amendment, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 10th Amendment, and the 22nd Amendment, and sets forth an unprecedented erosion of the separation of power between the executive branch of Congress, the legislative branch of Congress, and the judicial branch of Congress, with calling for the deaths of active congressmen and women, placing himself above Congress, saying that he has the ability to pass laws through the executive branch, or placing himself above the second article of the Constitution and states' rights by saying that we should be nationalizing elections from the state level to the federal level.
I'm sorry, there's a lot of noise going on here. I'm going to need you to repeat that. But before you repeat that, what about that Democrat? I don't know if he was a congressman or a senator that's running for office that's running on I will kill him. Are you familiar with that? He said, I'm not going to kill him, literally, but I'm going to kill him. I'm going to draw up articles so he'll be either shot or hung, whatever it is, executed by the government.
Who's this? Who's running on this?
Look it up. I don't know the name off the top of my head. I just saw it in the news the other day.
So there's a Democrat that is running for office. Okay.
Yes.
On trying to impeach him and then charge him with treason punishable by death?
Yes. I'm so serious. Hold on.
I'm actually going to ask you to go back.
Ellie Forehand is his name.
Yeah.
Democrat. He's running for attorney general.
Say his name one more time, just so everyone hears it.
For Elliot, Eliot, Forhan. Elliot Forehand. Go ahead.
Elliot Forehand. Well, Okay.
Go ahead, look it up.
I appreciate you for that question. Elliot Forehand. Now, I don't think I'm going to give my opinion on that because
Why
this
not?
is an NBA level pivot away from the question that I'm asking you for the last 5 minutes that you've been too afraid to answer. Elliot Forehand.
Come on, it's that one. That's a good one.
It's a pivot away from what I asked you, so I won't be answering that.
All right. Hey, Dean, I'm going to tell you this. I got to start cooking dinner, but I so appreciate our conversation today. I am so happy that you pulled me up here. I have been waiting for this for a while. I didn't do the best job because the first 10 minutes I wasn't educated on the topic, but I appreciate the conversation. And I do appreciate you having these conversations with other Americans.
So you're leaving. All right, man. Have fun cooking dinner, dude.
I have had the oven. I have my pot boiling for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I just don't want to make a bunch of noise when I'm running everything around. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
You take care. Unfortunate, bro. Listen, I think I've really locked in the arguments to do with the authoritarianism. Like, I think, honestly, we should probably spend some more time than we already do on live talking about the authoritarianism argument because I feel like I've really got it locked in. What's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Holy crap. Dean actually invited me up. That's crazy work.
Yeah, what's
How
up,
you
man? Do you
doing,
support
Dean?
Trump? I'm doing all right. Are you MAGA?
Of course not, man. Why would I support somebody who doesn't support me?
You know what? Based. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. And please, if you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio over on TikTok and Venmo. Pin message over on YouTube. Handles at the top of the phone screen. And I get 100% of the proceeds over there compared to like the 30% on TikTok and YT. So just keep that in mind. But let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Welcome into Sport Trump, Danielle. Danielle's not here. We're going to go to move on to the next guest right now. We got Marco loaded up into the box right now, folks. We got Marco loaded up into the box. We also get Keegan loaded in. Real quick, sorry, while we got Keegan joining, there's one person over on Super Chat that I'd like to thank. Luna, thank you so much for the 24 euros. I appreciate you so much, Luna. It's good to see you. I want to see 240 Luna W's. He says, Collar, the U.S. was the only country who ever called NATO for help and for 20 years. How is Greenland better protected by the U.S. alone versus all NATO countries taking Greenland against the wills like Russia taking back Alaska? Or, like Russia literally invading Ukraine. Thank you so much for the 24 euros, Luna. I appreciate you so much for that kindness. Show some love to Luna down below in that comment section while we're still looking for that next Trump supporter to come up here and hopefully give us a piece of their mind. But folks, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to keep it real with y'all. It's been really hard to find Trump supporters who are down for a debate as of recently. They just haven't been as motivated to come up here and give me a piece of their mind. I think it's because, we've really got our arguments on lock. Or maybe the fact, or just the simple fact that there's significantly less Americans who are still supporting them. Hi. Do you support Trump?
Yep. I'm a Trump supporter.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
Okay. Would you say it's like normal or abnormal to have pictures saved in your phone of other men with, a gag in their mouth that was generated by AI?
Normal.
You'd say that's very normal?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say that's weird. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue of your Maggie. Y'all already know the rules. We got that next guest loading up here right now. We got Johnson connecting into the box, as well as Gala. Thank you so much for the $6 and the 66 cents over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Gala. Thank you. Show some love to Gala down below. Folks. I appreciate you so much for that love. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
Okay. Well, you're obviously throwing on a fake Southern accent, so I got to go to kick you out right now.
Hey, fuck.
Let's go. Yeah, he was about to say some crazy shit. Happy I kicked him. Moving on to the next guest, GJ right now. Thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents over on Venmo. Gala. Show some love to Gala. Same thing with Phoebe. Thank you so much for the $17 over on Venmo. God. Thank you so much for that kindness, Phoebe. Let's show some love to Phoebe down below in the chat for the 17 who says you can keep this message private. Okay, I will keep that private. I'll read that to myself. Thank you so much for the $17 donation, Phoebe. I sent you an invite to unmute. Feel free to turn back on that microphone. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, could you turn off that TV in the background?
Hold on. Let me change the room.
Okay, yeah, while you're doing that, I'm going to put you back on mute and then thank a couple other people. Olivia, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Same thing to Zachary. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. He says, thank you so much for educating everybody. I love to scroll across your lives on TikTok all the time. Well, thank you so much, Zachary. And then Michael, holy fuck, man. Thank you so much for the $150 donation on Venmo. Michael, the GOAT, is back. I hope that you've been doing well, Michael. All the love of the world to you. Thank you so much for your unending kindness. Seriously, dude. You've been so kind to me, Parker and Santana. I appreciate you so much from the bottom of my heart, man. Michael, the $150 says, good to see you, Dean. Hope you're doing well. You know, honestly, I feel tired today. I feel a little out of it, but, you know, I've been worse, so I guess I am doing all right. Thank you so much for the love, dude. I mean, it's just insane. I'd really appreciate it if we could get at least 2,000 Michael W's in the chat. Thank you so much, man. Then same thing goes to you, JD and Renee. Thank you both for the 5. And it looks like we are all caught up over on Venmo. I think that we need to quickly catch up over on PayPal. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for the $20. SJ, who says, just sending some love. Hope you had a great Valentine's Day with your precious girlfriend. Love you, man. I love you too, SJ. It's good to see you again. I know that you were in here like 2-3 days ago. And yeah, we had a really good Valentine's Day. Thank you so much for the $20. Let's get to our SJWs. And then 1,000 Evelyn W's for the $100 donation on PayPal. Holy crap, y'all. Michael and Evelyn, y'all are going crazy today. Thank y'all both so much for the love. Evelyn with $100 says, keep up your incredible work. Endless thanks. Evelyn, this is like your 5th, 6th, 7th time dropping some massive fucking love. Just know that I really fucking appreciate you. I know that I say that every time, but I mean it. And thank you. Thank you so much for the kind words and for the $100. Let's get 1,000 Evelyn W's. I'd also like to thank Joey. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. He says, bro, this has got to be the most progress I've ever seen you made with a mega supporter. He's so close to getting it. This shit gives me hope, dude. Keep it up. Thank you so much for the $20, Joey. And that was probably before that last guy said that he just had to randomly dip and leave, which was a big letdown. But thank you so much. Same thing goes to Tia. That is TIA. Thank you so much for the $16, who says, greetings from Finland. We hate Trump as much as you. Yeah, Donald Trump is so aided on the global stage. If only the Trump supporters here at home in America could share that same animosity. Then I'd also like to thank 2 more people, Faith and Ellie. Thank you for the $5 and the $10. And then thank you for the $10 as well over on YouTube Super Chat. Anon, who says, pivot into runaway true combo. I know that last guy hit that true combo. Appreciate y'all so much for the love. JG, I sent you an invite to turn your mic back on. If you want to tell us why and how the hell you still support Trump, the mic and the floor are yours. And by the way, I think that we got a restriction on TikTok. I didn't read the message that accompanied the restriction, so I don't know if it will go away or it's permanent. But we're going to go ahead and wait 10 minutes. If it's not gone, then we're going to go ahead and hit a restart on the live. But the mic and the floor are yours. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Oh, I support Trump because I believe that he very good when he was in 2016, and then I thought like having opportunity again, it would give him that time so he can do good things for us. But you know what? He's already been like for a year and something. I don't have seen much changes for us, the people. He have done like for other countries like Venezuela and other countries of Europe. But I'm still waiting for him to do something for the United States, like for us, the people.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just looking at something. Do you think that you might be able to repeat that?
Oh yeah, that I like Donald Trump like when he was in 2016 to 2020, but I thought that he didn't have enough time in that government, so that's why I decided to give it another opportunity in 2020 to see if he could accomplish what he promised. So I'm still waiting. He haven't done the job yet. He did like help other countries like Venezuela and other, he's trying to get oil from there, but us the people were still waiting.
Wait, so basically what you're telling me is that you still support Trump today in 2026, and you've supported him since 2015. And today in 2026, 11 years later, you're still waiting for him to do it, to do something positive.
Well, yeah. I'm still waiting, we cannot give up on people.
Do you understand the issue with that?
How? But what do you understand about that?
Because he just spent the last 11 years of his life like absolutely just destroying this country in so many ways, and then you're just telling us, well, you're still waiting for him to do good?
Why do you think he destroyed the country in so many ways?
How about this, man? I've not gotten a good reason from you insofar as why you support Trump. You said you think he'll do good, but you haven't seen him do good yet. So because he didn't do any good in his first term and he hasn't done any good so far in his second term, why do you still support him? Also, guys, if there's any evidence that he follows minors, screenshot it and drop it in a private ticket in my Discord. Go ahead.
Well, he's doing like it still very good. He have done things that it was necessary in America. Like we are now have more security. You don't see that much crime. It's still, and now besides everything is like dissolving, like the bad things the Democrats created. He's still having
so you support him because he's good for crime rates.
For what?
So you support him because you think that he's good at reducing crime.
He's reducing many things like drugs things too. You see how he explodes those boats, like there was like narco trafficking.
Well,
he destroyed
there's
that,
actually no evidence turned over to Congress that the boats that they destroyed even had drugs on them. And B, the first boat that he destroyed actually amounted to a war crime under the Second Geneva Convention and then Article 8 of the ICC. So that's actually very bad. Now, second thing I'd like to bring up here, and this is also of note, is crime rates have gone down in 2025 compared to 2024, but they also went down in between 2024 and 2023, then 2023 and 2022. Like the big point is that in 2025, violent crime rates fell by 20%, while in 2024, violent crime rates fell by 15%. In 2023, they fell by 10%. So it seems like this is merely tracking a trend that we've seen in the previous years under the Biden-Harris administration. And if you truly cared about violent crime, you'd never want Donald Trump to be president, considering the fact that he's literally a very violent person who is a criminal, found guilty of 34 counts.
Well, I believe that, the fact that he was a criminal, as you say, is that giving a more opportunity to be connected with us. Today in America, majority of people is like already persecuted or already like processing the system.
I don't believe you. I'm sorry, man. I'm kicking you for being a troll. Because you have to be trolling. I don't think that there's any other way around it. We're going to move on to the next guest here, folks. Only hop and said if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. The likelihood there that he's a troll is just way too high. He's literally saying, oh, well, the fact that he's just an absolute fucking criminal, terrible person, is actually really good because so are a lot of Americans. Really connects us closer to him. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Moving on to the next guest here. We got the next guest loading up into the box. By the way, guys, we might have to hit a restart. We're going to wait like another 2 minutes here because our live is still restricted, but we'll see. Welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right, man. How old are you?
I am 44 years old.
Awesome, man. I'm going to thank a couple people, then pass you the mic. First and foremost, Lisa. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Show some love to Lisa down below. Lisa with the $20 says, hey, Dean, is it true that France and Germany released the Epstein files? If they do, what do you think will the repercussions politically be for the U.S. safety from the fallout? Well, I mean, they've announced criminal prosecutions for those involved, and we'll see where that goes, but that's all we know for right now. I'd also like to thank Billy for the $6, saying my weekly cult contribution. Thank you so much, Lisa and Billy. Then over on PayPal, Heidi, thank you so much for the $2. Then Jacqueline, thank you so much for the $10. And I've not seen that. I'll take a look. Thank you so much. Show some love to all of our donors. Take it away. Why do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Authoritarian Donald Trump?
Actually, I'm going to be honest with you, and this is not being a troll or being anything. I voted for Obama twice. I voted for Hillary. I was a Democrat my whole life. My whole life. The Democrat Party has never done anything for Latinos, nothing for blacks. They've never done anything for us.
I mean, the Democratic Party literally passed the Civil Rights Act.
They've never done anything for us. They've used us to be in power.
Who the fuck is LBJ?
That's it. LBJ fucked everybody.
LBJ, the guy that passed the Civil Rights Act?
Yes, he fucked everybody. Yes.
So do you think that the Civil Rights Act do anything for black people?
The Civil Rights Act was passed mostly by Republicans.
Actually, so the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a partisan issue.
It was passed mostly by Republicans.
No, let me clarify here. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a partisan issue. The support for the Civil Rights Act fell across party lines. Okay, you had the Democrats running on the implementation of the Civil Rights Act. And then the Republican that LBJ ran against, I forget his name, I could actually look it up right now, ran against the imposition of the Civil Rights Act. Like that was literally the Republicans' political campaign in 1963 and 1964 was that we need to ensure I win the presidency so the Democrats can't impose the Civil Rights Act. But I also want to bring this up right now. I don't like to think about things historically through this Democratic versus Republican lens because of the party switches that we've observed. I rather like to think of things historically through a progressive versus conservative lens. Okay, right? As soon as we frame it in this progressive versus conservative lens, we can understand that, well, the progress that we've made in this country for the advancements of racial equality, gender-based equality, so on and so forth, have been driven by the progressive movements. The progressives ended slavery. The progressives ended segregation. The progressives gave women the right to vote. The progressives gave black people the right to vote. The progressives gave birthright citizenship to the children of those that were enslaved. After the conservatives tried to take it away, the conservatives imposed slavery. The conservatives fought against the Union, and the conservatives fought against the Civil Rights Act, the 19th Amendment, so on and so forth. Okay? So if we really want to look at this true dichotomy of, well, who acts in the best interests of marginalized communities, including black people and Latino people, we're going to be looking towards the progressives. So, sir, why aren't you a progressive?
Because there's no reason to be a progressive. Progressive don't believe in the family union, men and women. What there actually is just men and women.
So you were just using the advancement
they don't believe
of racial equality as a talking point.
They don't believe in the sanctity of marriage. They don't believe in the sanctity of family. They don't believe in leaving our kids alone.
Right. So just to clarify,
I live in a state.
Okay.
I live in a state. I live in a state that they're turning our kids against.
I would actually argue,
because that's all they're doing in your school, in the schools. That's what they did to your mind. That's what they've done to our kids' minds.
So what happened to me? Did I get indoctrinated by the LGBTQ plus agenda?
Oh yeah, you got indoctrinated by professors that don't know the right foot from the left foot, that don't know nothing about what the working class actually goes through.
Right. Yeah. So professors are just like truly stupid and don't know anything, right?
They are, dude. They are. They are.
So academia is useless, right?
Yeah, it is.
You know who all shared that opinion?
$160,000 a year, and I didn't.
Can I tell you who all shared that opinion? Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, and every other authoritarian fascist all throughout
Hitlers and Mussolinis.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying.
It's easy.
Listen to what I'm saying here. You're interrupting me. I'm speaking and you're listening. Okay? Every single time we see an anti-intellectualism movement all throughout history, it is one in which then propagates dictatorial control and fascist and moral fallout for the people. Okay? Anti-intellectualism is used by a weapon, okay, at the hands of the historical oppressors to sit the working class down and tell them that they can never know better than them. And ultimately, that just gives more power to the ruling elite. All right? But I digress, because there's another point that I want to make here. All right? Crazy fucking claim. Tell me. How was I indoctrinated in school? What was I taught, driven by the progressive movement, that gives you so much reason to say that you would never be a progressive in your goddamn life?
That is the problem. I used to be a progressive. I used to be a Democrat. I used to fight for independence in Puerto Rico. I did civil independence in Culebra.
You're not answering my question.
Okay? I was a progressive, and they never did anything for us.
My question.
Like they never did nothing for me.
Bro, progressives ended slavery.
They never did. I'm not your brother.
Oh my God. Dude, calm down.
I'm not your brother.
Calm down. Stop interrupting me while I'm speaking.
I'm not your brother.
All right? Well,
no, because you just interrupted me.
No, you interrupted me.
No, you just interrupted me.
Okay. All right. What do you have to say?
Progressive have never done anything for us. And they're keeping on doing this. You're saying that the party's shifted. Then how were the first congressmen black to the Republican Party?
Because
they were Democrats in those days?
One moment. Can I please speak? That's when the Republican Party was likely progressive. But anyways, all right. You just said that the progressive movement has done nothing for the advancement of the United States of America. That is absolutely unilaterally false. The progressive movement ended slavery. The progressive movement won the Civil War. The progressive movement gave women the right to vote. The progressive movement ensured that if women are raped in marriage, that is something that they could report. The progressive movement, aimed to enact the Civil Rights Act in segregation. The progressive movement continues to push for more broad-based acceptance for people, regardless of the color of their skin, language in which they speak in. And I think that it's crazy that you're sitting here saying this today as a Latino man, knowing that those in which oppose the progressive movement, the conservatives that underpin the Trump administration and the Trump administration in of themselves, are actively turning around and telling ICE agents through the DHS to violate federal law and ignore the Constitution, and that they're good to racially profile people that look like you for the basis of an arrest under suspicion of undocumented immigration. Okay? We have videos of people speaking English in a Hispanic accent, very similar to what you speak English in, being arrested by ICE agents, and when questioned about why they were arrested, are being told, well, it's because of your accent. We have seen Latino men, okay, right, be illegally detained, then illegally deported to Sica in El Salvador, where they were then beaten and tortured, being forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. We have seen Latino men, okay, who are legal immigrants in this country, asylum seekers, such as the father of Liam Ramos and Liam Ramos himself, okay, be detained unduly for weeks in Texas immigration detention centers, being fed meals with maggots in them, leading to 5-year-old Liam Ramos puking it all up and getting sick before having a judge forcing ICE to release them from captivity because they had no good reason to do so. So what the fuck is this all about? The progressive movement has never done anything, and the Conservative Party is so good. Meanwhile, it is the Conservative Party today that is hurting people that look like you, that is eroding the social and moral fabric of this country, that is telling ICE agents of the states across this country that they're good to pull the trigger on their gun and kill somebody because they happen to approach them and say, don't push women. And in fact, if you do kill somebody, then you're really in the clear and you'll be able to make $1 million from a GoFundMe, because then the presidential administration will label the person that you murdered, executed in broad daylight, as a domestic a terrorist, and you will be paraded, okay, as a patriot. Go ahead and unmute and respond.
So, look, I have issues with the petty thing. I do. I have issues with it. Don't say that I don't have issues with certain things that's been happening. Yeah, I do have issues. But you cannot label every single conservative the same. And that's what the Biden administration did for 4 years, labeled us all as the same. That's what you're doing when you're calling conservatives Hitler, Mussolini, fascist. You're labeling everybody the same.
Okay, so I think that your only counter argument in this is an attempt to make some argument. That I'm somehow the devil that everybody should ignore. Very clearly earlier. I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. So you will not interrupt me. Thank you so much, sir. Then stop interrupting me. Thank you so much. All right. I never called conservatives Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin. What I said earlier is, after you made the claim that professors are fucking idiots that know nothing, I just simply said, well, seemingly the only people throughout history who've parroted a very similar narrative have been the Hitlers, have been the Mussolinis, have been the Stalins, pushing anti-intellectualism to give rise to populist authoritarianism, quote unquote.
It's the same way that your intellectuals call us stupid. The
Okay,
work
well, you are
union.
fucking stupid. I'm sorry. You are.
Oh, I am stupid?
Yes.
Dude, I mean, that's the problem.
I mean, you just said, oh, that children shouldn't be going to school because they're indoctrinated into the LGBTQ plus agenda and that professors know
They
nothing.
shouldn't be going to
Yeah, you are
progressive
stupid.
schools. That's
You
why
are
I
fucking. I'm
homeschool
sorry,
my
bro.
kids.
Exactly. Yeah, you're fucking stupid. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I'll be honest with you. It is so fucking idiotic and stupid.
You
Okay,
know,
to be sitting here saying that the Democrats haven't done enough
believing-
for Latino
believing-
people, leading you to actively support the administration that is arresting people because they're Latino, then getting legal justification for it by compromising SCOTUS with 3 terrible picks, telling them that they could actually use the color of one's skin for an indicator of probable cause for detention to be made. Yes, that is fucking stupid.
So me believing in God, believing in everything that I believe in is stupid.
Okay, you're like, oh, Dean, you're persecuting me because you're saying that me believing in God is stupid.
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm
I'm
not
saying that you're
persecuting
stupid because
me.
you think that the conservative movement is advocating for the betterment of marginalized communities
It
in this
is.
country, like Black
It
people and
is.
Latino
It
people,
is.
considering what I just shared
It
about
is.
Latino people and
It
what we've
is.
seen from Donald Trump surrounding
It
Black
is.
people, like getting sued
Yeah,
for violation of the
illegal
Civil Rights
Latinos
Act in
should be out of here.
1978
Illegal-
for not renting 2 Black people, or just a matter of a week and a half ago, posting a picture of Barack and Michelle Obama depicting them as literal apes, gorillas, and monkeys on Truth Social. Yes, bro. That's stupid.
Again, illegal Latinos should not be here. Illegal anybody should not be here.
Once again, not responding to the point that I made in the slightest. Do you have enough comprehension
And the
ability
damn
to
pictures- and the
respond
damn
to anything
pictures-
that I say?
You guys can't take a joke.
Okay, well, guess what? You're now calling it a joke to depict Black people as monkeys, gorillas, and apes. Okay, well, guess what? Even if Donald Trump was trying to make a joke and you think that's a joke, it is a racist joke.
Mm-hmm.
What's the joke? No, seriously, explain it. What is the joke?
You guys just took one little part of the video. They showed a whole bunch of people as different animals.
Oh, no, we didn't take one little part of the video. Donald Trump posted one little part of the video depicting Barack and Michelle Obama as monkeys.
Not wrong.
And then even inside of that video, you don't think that there's any subliminal message to how they chose to depict the various people, depicting Olivia Giuliani as a pig, depicting Harry Sisson as a pink flamingo, okay, then depicting the 2 most successful Black
He is
people in this
flamboyant.
country's history. Exactly, you're saying that he was depicted as a pink flamingo due to the fact that he is flamboyant. So then why were Barack and Michelle Obama depicted as monkeys?
I guess they couldn't find anything black.
Because they're Black. Is that what you're saying?
I guess it is, man.
Okay, and can we
Unfortunate, but
agree?
that's how they took it.
Can we agree that depicting Black people as monkeys because they're Black is one of the most historically explicit and dangerous racial tropes that's been used to usher and push pro-segregationist rhetoric, slavery-era cartoons, and myths and lies surrounding the evolution of the white man, not experienced by the Black man, saying that there's 2 different creation arcs, one with the white man being closer to perfection and divinity, meanwhile the Black man being closer to the beast of the wild, justifying treating them as the dog, treating them as the property to do what they want through the transatlantic slave trade and systemic racism for centuries.
You completely broke up.
Hello?
You broke up.
Okay, if I kick you, will you come back? Because I need to restart my stream. Will you come back?
Yeah. Yeah, I will.
Okay, we're gonna laugh at you if you don't.
I will.
All right. Folks, for everybody watching over on TikTok right now, we actually have to hit a pretty quick restart on the stream. We got a restriction that's not going away, so we just have to restart the stream. Right now, what I'd tell you to do is, these restarts only take like 3 seconds, so just hit the follow button in that top left-hand corner, and I'll see you all super soon. Now, the way that you could come back from the restart quicker is once the live stream ends, it'll say live has ended, and it will show you my profile picture. If you click on that profile picture, it'll direct you to my account page. Once you're on my account page, I just want you to count to 10, 15, scroll down to refresh it, then click back into the new life through the glowing orb around the profile picture. This restart will only take a matter of 5 seconds. I think last time we did it, it literally took 4. Then we're gonna really quickly get back into the debate that we had with the last person. I will see you all here in like literally less than 10 seconds. Last chance to hit that follow button. Last chance to hit that follow button. All right, y'all are good? Good. See y'all here in 1 moment. All right, we've already restarted that stream. Bro, man, I'm struggling with these people today, dude. This guy's crazy. This guy's like actually insane. Okay, welcome back in from the restart, everybody. For everybody tuning back in over on TikTok, appreciate y'all so much for being here. Folks, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen. Hop back in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'm seeing a lot of people in that queue that are very obviously like not Trump supporters. Okay, like please like leave the queue. Like you know who you are. Like you know exactly who you are. Leave that queue unless you're MAGA. We're gonna wait for that last guest to go ahead and get back inside of that queue right now. While we're waiting on that last guest to rejoin that queue, a couple people I want to thank. Mariah, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, thank you for standing up for women and marginalized groups. I appreciate you giving me the verbiage to articulate why I have never and will never support Donald Trump. Oh, I appreciate you so much for that, Mariah, and I'm happy that you take something positive away from the live streams. Let's get 100 Mariah W's and then 250 Adrian W's down below in the comment section for the $25 donation from Maddie B. So let's get 250 Maddie W's. Well, Maddie, thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your generosity. And it looks like we're all caught up. Show some love to Maddie and Mariah over on Venmo. Over on PayPal, please do show some love to Catherine for the $5. And then Presley, thank you for the $5. And then Jacob, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, you guys. And we're all caught up over there too. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree, my bio, and TikTok, pin message over on YouTube. And by the way, folks, we're still not seeing that last guest back in the queue. I think that he's running. Oh my God, he's a fucking runner. Sure. All right. Well, we're going to go to get the next guest loaded up in here. Waiting on that last guy to return. But as of right now, we don't see him. I do think that he's running away very fast. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi. Yeah. Sorry if my voice sounds a bit off and sick. I'm currently 18. My birthday is 2007, 17th of January.
Okay, so in your bio it says WLW. So you're lesbian and you support Trump?
Yeah. Yeah, but
do you think that Donald Trump is beneficial to the LGBTQ plus community?
Oh, well, I think there are some parts that he does support and other parts that he doesn't.
Okay, like what? Like tell me what he supports about the LGBTQ plus community.
Well, I just kind of assumed because I'm probably living under a rock because I haven't been.
All right, they're trolling. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, folks. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. We actually just found that last guy. Let's go to bring him back in here. Hey, Forgotten Studios, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat on YouTube. I really appreciate you for that love, Forgotten. Forgotten with the $20 says, hey, Dean, can you re-educate me on why I shouldn't be... Do you mean prejudice? Are you saying why you shouldn't be prejudiced? Because prejudice is literally defined as the unjust, ill will treatment directed towards a person or group of people. It's like definitionally speaking, something that you shouldn't be. But thank you so much for the $20, Forgotten Studios. Welcome back in.
I don't tend to run from people.
Okay, good. First question: is there anything that Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him as president?
No.
What?
Right now? No. Right now? Maybe kill a baby in the front lawn of the White House.
Okay. Anything besides killing a baby in the front lawn of the White House? Like, what I don't know.
Oh, what because about the trans issue with the trans issue?
What about saying that like? What about saying that he wants to be a dictator and then we just need to stop elections?
He said he was going to be a dictator in day one. That's all he freaking said.
No. It's a hypothetical question. Like hypothetically, if Trump said that he literally wants to be a dictator and that he wants to stop elections,
if he tries to be a dictator, I'll be the first one there to try to take him out.
Okay, so you would stop supporting him if he's a dictator. What if he wanted to execute his political opponents?
Same thing.
So if he tried to execute his political opponents, or said that he wanted to execute his political opponents,
he's there for 4 years and he leaves, there should be no problem.
Okay, but like answer my question here. If he said that he wants his political opponents, like the Democrats in Congress, to literally be executed, would you still support him?
I know where this question is coming from, and if they do commit treason, they should.
Okay. What if they don't commit treason?
They should not.
So if he basically
I'm level-headed. Believe me, I'm level-headed.
If he basically called for the execution of some Democrats in Congress that like didn't commit treason.
Which one?
would you still support him?
Which one?
It shouldn't matter.
Because you're
which
asking
one.
the question because he said something about treason. Like
Okay, I don't know if like you're like listening to my question or not. I'll repeat it. If Donald Trump basically called for the execution of some Democrats in Congress that did not commit treason,
I would not follow him.
That you'd stop supporting him.
Basically, yes.
Okay, and it seems like you already know where I'm going with this because I mean, you just pointed out that a couple months ago he did call for the execution of some Democrats in Congress,
and I believe they should be executed for treason.
Wow, so you think that they're guilty of treason?
You do not tell military members to not obey the orders of a commander-in-chief, especially if the orders are not over the top.
Okay, well, so what they said is that if he gives you an unlawful order, you shouldn't follow it, and that's what
it's an unlawful. No. If it's an unlawful order, you do not have to follow it.
Okay, and that's all that they said. All that they said is that if he gives you an unlawful order, do not follow it. Which, by the way, is exactly what the UCMJ tells him. That's what the oath tells them when they join the military, and that's what the Constitution tells them. So how could they be committing treason if they're literally just like echoing the Constitution? Like you're saying that like echoing the Constitution now warrants your execution.
They were talking about the troops in Washington.
No. They just released a general video saying if you're a member of our military and Trump gives you an unlawful order, don't follow it.
They released the video after Washington troops were put in Washington.
They released the video like during an event unrelated to the video in of itself and more so related to the overall theme of lawlessness that we see downstream of the Trump administration. If this was specifically targeted towards one order that Trump gave or specifically targeted towards one group of members of the military, then you might have some basis of a claim that I dispute further. But because they were not talking about one specific order that Trump gave, and they weren't talking towards one specific group of members in the military, but more so just saying generally, if you're in the military and Trump gives you an unlawful order, do not follow it, you're absolutely wrong.
If you're in the military, you know what your duty is.
Okay, well, and all that they're doing
is have to have a speaking head tell you. You don't have to have a speaking head telling you what to do.
Okay, so but now your argument is that they are somehow like guilty of treason and need to be executed because they reminded the military of their oath when you don't think that the military
it's not
needs
that they
to be
reminded the military of their oath. They automatically came out saying these things when they did not agree that Trump put the military in Washington, D.C.
Once again, I've already responded to this and I've already like refuted and debunked this. In the video, listen, I'm gonna repeat my refutation one more time. They do not mention any specific order. In the video, they do not mention any specific groups of troops. They just simply say, if he gives you an illegal order, you don't have to follow it. And the reason why they made the video has to do with the overall lawlessness that we see downstream of the Trump administration, like the illegal executive orders that he signed into law, or even some of the illegal orders that he's actually given to the military, like SCOTUS's opinion on the illegal of the National Guard and the deployment of the National Guard in Illinois to be unconstitutional. Right? They never mentioned anybody in DC. They never mentioned any one specific order. So please stop saying that they did.
Right now in Minnesota, they should send the National Guard.
I don't know why you're saying that we should deploy the National Guard in Minnesota.
They should send the National Guard.
That is an absolute pivot. One second. This is an absolute pivot away from like the argument in which I used to address your false claim. I'd really appreciate it if you could stick on topic and just go one point at a time. Okay, once again, the one point that I want you to stick on is giving me an explanation for why you believe that the 7 congressmen and women literally deserve to die for just telling the military that they don't have to follow illegal orders.
It's when they told it to them and why they told it to them. Everything has an ulterior motive.
One second. I do these streams every single day, right? You can't just assume that because today I'm deciding to call Trump an authoritarian, that this is because he has like announced a new initiative for peace in Gaza because it happened in the same 24-hour span. Like, no, you can't just basically assume that the reason they put out this message is because at that same time, you know, Donald Trump was deploying the National Guard in DC, right? Like at that same time, he was also signing illegal executive orders into law. Maybe that's why they said it, like 14160. At that same time, okay, you know, there's like internal communications going on surrounding midterms and like nationalizing the election. Maybe that's why they said it. You know, at that same time, you know, we started to see some level of defiance from the Trump administration, calling it an act of hostility for members of Congress to vote for the release of the Epstein files. Maybe that's why they said it, right? You're just basically speculating and injecting baseless conjecture, okay, to attempt to argue that what they did was treason because it was in reference to one specific order that you think was lawful, when in all reality it wasn't. And it was just an overall reminder from these congressmen and women in reference to the general lawlessness that we see from the Trump administration. I think that this guy's cooked. Hey, Kinley, thank you for the $1 donation on Venmo. He says, keep up the good work, man. Thank you so much, Kinley. I just saw that come through. Appreciate you for that love. Appreciate you for that love, Kinley. Is he gone? He might be gone. Victor, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. He says, Dean, you need to remind this guy that the only elected official to ever call Trump Hitler was J.D. Vance. So true. So could you please respond to my point, Lion Christian Conservative? Hello?
Like I believe that.
Can you please take me off of the Bluetooth? Take me off of the Bluetooth. You also can't be driving when you're on TikTok Live, so don't start driving yet.
I'm not driving yet.
Okay, then take me off of Bluetooth so we can hear you better. He's going to repeat himself, then I'm going to repeat myself. This is a great conversation. Just swipe down, top right-hand corner of your phone screen. There you go. All right. So before you even repeat yourself and you say, like I said, I believe that the reason they released this video had to do with Donald Trump deploying the National Guard in D.C., okay, please consider the counter response that I gave you, referencing the fact that they didn't say that there was one specific order that was illegal, or there was like one specific thing that the Trump administration did that was illegal, but more so they're just responding to the overall criminal behaviors from the Trump administration. And then I actually gave you like a cohort, a cornucopia, a list of other things that the Trump administration was doing at that same time that truly were illegal.
That when they were passed through the Supreme Court, it's actually he followed the Supreme Court.
What the fuck is this guy saying, dude? Are you gonna respond or not?
I already responded. The guy. Omar.
Now you're lagging out. Okay, you're obviously driving, bro. Listen.
And
dude.
I hope to God that we get them in court because of all the shit that they've been doing, all the shit that they've been putting in people's heads. That's why people are attacking law enforcement. I grew up.
He's
when
pivoting.
I grew up,
Dude,
my
stop fucking pivoting. Stop fucking pivoting. Stay on topic.
I'm not fucking pivoting.
Yes, you are.
No.
Yes, the specific pivot that you are engaging in is as follows. I'm describing to you how there is no base for your claim that these congressmen and women who Trump called to be executed were committing treason. You were then responding saying that they were committing treason because they were responding to one specific legal order that the Trump administration gave, and then defeated that argument by reiterating that in the video they do not specify any specific order. And at the same time, the Trump administration was making a lot of illegal orders. I even named a handful. Stay on topic. Like, holy fuck, what do I gotta do to get a fucking American, like a MAGA, a man to not pivot? Like, what do I gotta do to get you to like legitimately address and respond to the point that I'm making? You're fucking insufferable.
I've still had you here for more than half an hour, no?
Are you going to respond or not?
I already responded. They're treasonous pricks. You don't like the response, but that's the response.
But there's no evidence that they committed treason. Dude, you understand that the Trump DOJ has already tried to indict those congressmen and women on treason, and the indictments failed. They had judges shoot the indictments down, saying that you have no probable suspicion of any crime to be committed. You cannot arrest them for anything because what they said was completely legal. So please respond.
Not because the law says it's legal, it's not treason, man. I'm sorry.
So what did they do that was treasonous?
You've never given an inch for this country.
Yeah, and you've taken inches away. Fuck you. And tell me what they did that was treasonous.
Fuck you. You fucking little prick. When you serve this country, you can talk.
Okay, then you better shut the hell up. Yeah. And he left. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only Oppen said that if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, he was very deep in his feelings. I'm not really putting up with the bullshit today. All right, y'all are seeing mask off Dean. All right, just like dude, this is honestly, that was really nice, because that's how I feel every day when I have like just the really cruelly insane MAGA guests that will respond to points. That's how I feel inside right there, you know. But I try to leave that inside. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do. Not like, yes, in the sense that I support his policies. There are things that I think he could do differently. So I'm not blindly following, but I do support Trump, yes.
Give me a minute to thank a couple of people, then I'll pass the mic to you. First and foremost, Shapula, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, callers not even listening. I don't know how you do this day in and day out, Dean. Well, because I enjoy it when we are able to change minds and push people to be better versions of themselves. But I really appreciate you for the $10. Same thing for you, Jose. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Let's get 100 Jose's W's. Jose says, for Dean, for someone who's half Mexican and half First Nations, this Vato is a complete asshole. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Jose. I'd also like to thank Kinley for the $1. Thank you so much for that love. And then over on PayPal, let's see if we have anybody new. Yes, we do. Jack, thank you for the $6. And then Lucas, thank you so much for the $25 donation, who says, as a service member, I can attest that we are reminded constantly to not follow illegal orders. The video of the member of Congress made is not something new for us, so it's hilarious to hear them treat it like it was conveniently timed or whatever. I know, right, Lucas? That guy was crazy. Thank you so much for the $25. I want to see 300 Lucas W. Seriously, man. I appreciate you a lot for the love. If you're watching and you want to support what we do here to allow us to continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and handles also right there at the top of the phone screen. Take it away, Johnny. Tell us why you support this authoritarian pig.
So first off, I want to say thank you for doing this. I think this open platform is important. Having these conversations is key, especially in a way that's not divisive and we can have different opinions. So I do support the direction of this policies. One of the things I do support the enforcement of the immigration policies and what ICE is doing. I think the execution has failed on some points, and they've done a poor job of executing through on that. But I think that the direction and the policy that he's choosing and focusing on that is important. It's critical. I think it's a thing that needs to be done.
Okay, well, first and foremost, you just brought up that it's failed on some points. I'd assume, right, maybe the points in which you think it's failed on is, like the murder of some citizens, illegal detention of many, illegal deportation of many, so on and so forth. And I'd argue that this actually reflects on the agenda as a whole, considering the fact that the authors of that agenda, the Trump administration, defend those poor actions. They go from like a bad apple and a bunch of many, ripe apples, to an agenda of bad apples, because they're defending the bad lawless actions that we see, such as the murder of Pretty, such as the detention of Liam Ramos and his father, or such as the illegal deportation of Abrego Garcia de Sica in El Salvador. And I'd overall argue that the agenda set forth of mass deportation is very destructive to this country, because it only hurts us. It only hurts the immigrants that are unjustly detained and deported to Sica and El Salvador. It only hurts the citizens, because then we feel the rebounding effects of that mass deportation on us because of how it negatively impacts the economy, including the pain to the citizens felt, like the citizens of Keith Porter, Renee Good, or Alex Preddy literally being murdered in the streets of this country.
Yeah, so that's a good point. But I want to touch about something you said. So you said that mass deportation affects the economy in a negative way. So there's a lot you said, but it was hard for me to dial in on one point. That's the one I'd like to dial in on. So mass deportation based on immigration and how it affects the economy is something that actually, as a contractor, as a business owner, I've seen in, not myself, but in other industries, where they hire and take advantage of illegal immigrants or people that are here illegally to pay them under wage or on salary to boost the economy. So you have cheaper products because your labor cost is derived and is based on a lower point that it would be if you hired Americans. So again, there's not all of that. That's not that's not throughout all businesses, but that is certainly present. So I think that when you say it hurts economy, can you clarify to me how you think that it hurts the economy by deporting people that are here illegally?
Yes, before I do, I would like to respond to the last point that you made about them getting paid below market wages and how that has rebounding negative consequences on our industries. So in many circumstances, you're actually right. Undocumented immigrants are paid less on average compared to citizens because they possess less bargaining power to hold against their employers. Okay, right? They're easier to exploit because if they don't have a job, they can't access like any social safety nets in 40 of our states, including federal ones. So they like literally starve and die right? Not to mention they don't have long-term survivability in the market, so they need a job now. They're going to take the job regardless if they're offering them below market wages, because they don't have the time to go to a more competitive firm and get higher ones. Not to mention that they could be exploited via that looming threat of deportation. That's why they're paid less. So in other words, if we were to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship, make them permanent residents or citizens, well, then they're going to have just as much bargaining power as you. They're going to have just as much bargaining power as me. And then all of a sudden, they're going to be able to collect and garner significantly higher wages with no material change in their employment, because they now just merely possess higher bargaining power, meaning that with mass amnesty, we'd actually see a real increase in real median wages, a massive one. Now, the second question that you asked me there was, well, how do they negatively impact the economy? I got you. Well, according to the American Immigration Council, they pay $1.1 through $1.7 trillion into the American GDP per year. They also account for 8.3 million of our laborers. They're also significantly less likely to be reliant on government benefits, and they're significantly more likely to work. And they account for around 11 million of our consumers and pay close to $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, local level. You remove them from the market, you remove their total GDP contributions in the trillions, all of a sudden government revenue goes down by at least $100 billion in direct contributions, not accounting for their indirect contributions via the profit in which is extracted off of their labor by their employers. You destabilize their industries because you forcefully expel 8.3 million of their laborers. So now all of a sudden their productive capacities go down. They're less able to produce goods, and they're less able to sell those goods because you're also removing 11 million of their consumers. And that's how it negatively impacts our economy on a like kind of nuanced but not too nuanced level.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, you went on a lot there. So there's a couple points I want to interject, but I don't want to rudely interrupt. So again, I agree with what you're saying. You're saying that they contribute, they spend money in the economy, essentially. They don't rely on government programs. They don't rely on government aids. That's why that they're less likely to do that. Well, we don't know that because they're illegal, right? So if they were to do that, they would essentially self-report and they would be deported. So I think we need to separate. Though. Please let me finish. I'll let you go on for quite a bit. We need to separate empathy, right, from due process. So there is a legal pathway for immigration for people to come to America. It's not a closed border system. People come all the time from Canada, from other countries, and they immigrate here all the time. There's a process. It's very difficult. It's very strenuous, and you have to have high standards of quality, qualifications to cross into, to properly immigrate to the United States. Now, you're saying that we should give amnesty to those that did not follow that process and are here. I think it affects the market and the job market and the economy in a very negative way, because you're right. Employers will take advantage of lower wage and people in a position like an illegal immigrant that doesn't have the opportunity to negotiate fair wages. But again, that gets reflected in the product price as well. So if you all of a sudden give mass amnesty and everyone's wages rise, the product will go up. That could affect we don't know how that's going to affect the economy because it hasn't happened. So what I'm saying is we need to separate the empathy of, I understand people have built their life here, right? They've committed everything. The thing is, they haven't gone through the legal process of becoming immigration. I know you're going to say they've claimed, amnesty or whatever. I know the direction you're going to go with that argument, but there is a legal way to do that without ending the country that you could do today, and they haven't done that. So with the Trump administration, from my understanding, when they deport people that are here, can I finish one quick second? When the Trump administration's direction, my understanding of it is when they deport people that are here illegally, it doesn't bar them from reapplying through the legal process out of their country and doing it the proper way. They just are removed, and they have to go through that process outside of the United States, versus the old system, which you were allowed to do that while remaining in the United States, while continuing to work, while continuing to live here through that kind of a program. They're removing that. They're telling you have to leave and go through the right way and do the immigration process while you're in the country that you're coming from.
Okay. The first point that you made is that, well, we don't know how many undocumented immigrants are reliant on benefits of social safety net, because if they did, then they'd be self-reported and then deported. So that's not true at all. Not only are there federal work programs where undocumented immigrants can apply for an ITIN and get a work permit to go out and work, which millions of them work on. There's also limited social safety nets that they can access in 10 of our 50 states.
Sorry,
where they are listed as undocumented
what
immigrants.
It's a mischaracterization of what I said.
I'm not mischaracterizing what you said. You said that we don't know how many of them would be reliant on social safety nets.
No, what I'm saying is this, and let me be clear about this. We're being respectful
Can
here.
I finish responding to your points before you interrupt me, though?
No, let me just 2 seconds to clarify, and you can continue.
Right, but I don't want to forget everything else that you said here.
If they have the fear of potentially claiming a government program that might report them or make them targeted to deportation, is a factor that will influence their decision to choose to go and apply for that program or not. If there's a program available to me and I know that if I do this program, I potentially will become a target, that fear, that potential outcome is going to dissuade me from pursuing that program. So when you're looking at a purely statistical number of
Okay, can I
illegal
cut you off now
immigrations that are
since I get
not
your
going
point so
after
I can
these
continue?
programs. Yes. Yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, but that
Yes.
factor doesn't account for why they're less likely to be reliant on social safety nets when compared to citizens. When you consider the fact that the Khalil Institute released a study not only a week and a half ago that evaluated legal immigrants, and it concluded that legal immigrants are around 2 times less likely to be reliant on social safety nets when compared to natural U.S.-born citizens. So in consideration of the fact that even when they don't have, when that factor is not present, or if they were to apply for a system of social benefit, they wouldn't be deported, and they're still less likely to be reliant on them. Your point is proven false, and I am proven correct. Now to move on to the second point that you made.
But again, you're
once
missing
again, you're
the entire-
interrupting me. What, dude?
Okay.
I don't know how the fuck I'm going to do this with you. If I'm going to sit here, let you ramble, get like 7 points off, and then when I start responding to the points, you interject, you say I mischaracterize your point, then you further expand on your point. I then explain how your expansion is incorrect, and like I'm trying to get to all of them. So now to your second point. You said one reason why we shouldn't do mass amnesty is because I am right. It would lead to an increase in real median wages due to millions of our laborers now all of a sudden having more bargaining power to get higher wages. So quick question. Would you support criminalizing and abolishing all unions in America, since that overall would reduce the bargaining power of American laborers, meaning in accordance with your hypothesis, overall reduce the price of the goods that we buy?
Sorry, so you're asking me what if, can you say that again? What are you asking me? That question?
Yeah,
Slowly,
for sure.
please.
Would you support criminalizing and abolishing all unions in America, since that would overall reduce the bargaining power held by American workers, and in accordance with your theory, therefore reduce their wages and reduce the price of the goods that we buy?
No, and I'm not saying that the immigration and people shouldn't get sorry, no, my answer is no, but I'm also agreeing with you. I'm saying no, I don't think that the lower wages should be a thing, and I don't think that people should be taken advantage that way, and they should have proper wages. I'm saying they should be paid an appropriate wage. I'm saying that the impact on the economy to all of a sudden eliminate that out of the economy overnight and make that a thing is going to have an effect on the economy as well, and an adverse effect on it. That the fact that goods and production cost of goods might be too high for consumers, and consumers might fall off for consuming those. And I'm not saying that that's a good, like that's not what should happen. I'm saying that probably should happen. I agree that should happen, but I'm saying that will have a negative income on the economy as well.
Well, see, the issue that you're failing to account for here is that the last time that we did mass amnesty of 3 million undocumented immigrants under Nixon, we didn't see that negative economic outcome, and you'd have to give me evidence otherwise. And considering the fact that this historically has not produced that outcome, your hypothesis is false. And then the second point that I bring up here is, well, look at the negative economic outcomes of mass deportation that I've already been able to list to you. Massive hit to taxable revenue, massive hit to GDP growth, massive hit to our productive capacities, and then massive hits to the American workers. I mean, literally last year in 2025, we had the most recorded deportations in a single year on record, and the worst annualized job report since 2003, ignoring periods during recessions. It is absolutely economically destructive and harmful to remove millions of people from our workforce, to remove millions of people from our consumer base. It is absolutely negatively and economically impactful to then force that on our industries, because now they have to undergo this shift all at once, and now they're very disorganized, and their productive capacities are down, and there's absolutely no good reason to support mass deportation.
So I think, I don't disagree with that. I think there's going to be a short-term negative effect for sure, but I think is the short-term, you have to look at the long-term effect. Those short-term effects that are going to affect the economy on both sides, right? Increasing. So we need to see that, right? So the long-term effect is if all of a sudden we deputize that. There's two ways to look at it. Let's look at it from my argument.
I want you to clarify what the positive long-term effect of mass deportation is that I'm not accounting for.
That will still have immigration in the future, but just legally. So you won't be able to do it from within the country.
You're not.
You're going to have to
apply
question for your papers. That's the benefit. So all the issues that are associated with
immigration
illegal
in the future.
No. So the benefit of doing mass deportation, which will lead to legal immigration in the future, right? Is that you're going to have a temporary law.
Benefit?
No.
What's
Can
the benefit?
You let me finish?
Yeah, for sure. As long as you get around to the benefit. Long-term. Okay.
Yes.
I want you to classify what the
benefit.
long-term positive benefit of mass deportation
Okay,
is.
so
Go.
let me start with the benefit and then I'll explain to you how I got there. The long-term benefit is you're going to have standardized wages. You're not going to have advantage. You're not going to have employers taking advantage of illegal immigrants that are here with underwage. You're going to have all of those things that how those people are being taken advantage of now. That's going to go away if they don't exist anymore in this country. Let me explain to you how we get there. That doesn't mean that we're not going to have immigration. Right. What I'm saying is that the problem is we're going to bring them back legally. When you do that while they're within the United States, this is the issue that happens. These things get taken advantage of, and you create this environment where employers and all kinds of systems taking advantage of these people. If we deport them and say you have to go back to your country, now, mind you, there are going to be exceptions. You can't deport someone back to like a country that is going in, like Ukraine. Like, for example, the war that's going on in Ukraine, I would say that is an absolute something that you cannot do.
That's
and
what they're doing.
So
they're literally deporting asylum seekers, like Ukrainian refugees.
But not just asylum seekers. And some people take advantage of that process. And some people come from countries that probably shouldn't qualify as asylum seekers, and some do.
But we don't know if they're taking advantage of that process because we're deporting them before their court case is adjourned.
So this is the problem, Dean. I told you. Why do I support Trump? I support the direction.
Wait. Before you go back to why you support Trump generally, I want to respond to what you said was a long-term benefit of mass deportation. Okay?
Sure. Yes.
So you said that the long-term benefit of mass deportation is stabilizations of wages because now there's not like millions of laborers that our employers can take advantage of. Okay, right? That is also a long-term benefit.
One of the things, yes.
One moment. That is also a long-term benefit under mass amnesty. But instead, okay.
Well, this is the reason.
But I'm still speaking here. So that is also a long-term benefit of mass amnesty for the reasons I've already given you. So if these are the two long-term benefits true under mass deportation and mass amnesty, then that means that we just have to evaluate the short-term detriments and the long-term detriments of mass amnesty and mass deportation. And if mass deportation has more short and long-term detriments than mass amnesty, then we should support mass amnesty. And if mass amnesty has more short and long-term detriments than mass deportation, then we should support mass deportation. And the matter of the fact is, obviously, mass deportation has more short and long-term detriments when compared to mass amnesty. We are already seeing the detriments, not just economically speaking, as we've been going over in the conversation that we've had, but also morally and socially speaking, with the Trump administration propping up this mass deportation with an attack on our Constitution, positioning him as a wannabe dictator with an attempt to legally reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants in violation of their 14th Amendment rights to then deport, or the heinous human rights abuse with holding people in these detention centers like 5-year-old Liam Ramos, illegally feeding them meals with maggots in them, to blackbagging college students, then illegally deporting them with no due process to Sica and El Salvador, having them beat after federal judges have ruled that a removal was illegal, or the overall stigmatization of Black and brown people in this country by authorizing ICE to suspect people to be undocumented immigrants because of the color of their skin, so on and so forth. All right, that is a massive detriment that we do not see to be true under mass amnesty, that we do see to be true under mass deportation, not to mention the long-term detriment that's true under mass deportation of permanently losing the purchasing power of 11 million consumers, permanently hurting GDP growth and what we're losing in upholstering both government revenue and American industries through a larger consumer base with more money. Obviously, this would rule mass deportation off the table unless you would either A, be able to explain to me why I'm wrong and why the abuse of the Constitution, the positioning of Trump as a dictator, and the ignoring of federal law and human rights is not a detriment, or why there's more detriments that are worse than the positioning of Trump as a dictator and the abuse of human rights under mass amnesty.
Yeah, so I can tell you now, I can both can be true. I can support mass deportation, and I can say that violating and arresting citizens and not feeding them meals is not appropriate, and it's a poor execution of that. 100%. Now, let's talk about what you just said, because you just went on and you said a lot of things, Dean, and I got to address them, right? So you said mass deportation has less benefits than mass amnesty because what you're going to lose consumers. That's one point that you said. And you speak very fast, and you said about 10 or 15 points. So that's the one I caught. So the one that you said is that mass deportation, right, will result in a loss of 11 million consumers that we wouldn't have with mass amnesty. Again, to me, though, that would also happen if you raise the point, because if you raise the cost of labor to a legitimate, by mass amnesty, now you create the cost of wages to go up. Those consumers might still be present, but the cost of goods might put those people out of the consumer perspective. So
but they also have the ability
effects.
to work in more industries. So you have to account for not only the
Right, but
you have to account for the fact that they're going to be getting paid more on average, but you also have to account for the fact that they're going to be able to bolster our industries from the supply side to a further degree. Because not only will they be getting paid more on average, that would have an upward pressure on prices, but they're also going to be able to access more industries due to the fact that they're residents and citizens. So they're going to be able to help the supply side more on average, which if anything would actually have a downward pressure on the equilibrium price of any good. So who knows? Those two things might cancel one another out.
Yeah, and then exactly that. So I think that there is some truth to what you're saying, that could happen. But again, I do think that mass amnesty could have a negative effect as well, because again, there are now a lot of people on the MAGA side as well are very bad at this as well, on both sides. Okay, but on the MAGA side will say, well, everyone's a criminal, they're all criminals. They're not all criminals. They're not all here doing crime and doing that's not true. That's something that should stop being said. But a lot of them are. There are some that are. And there are some that should not be here, and that probably wouldn't make it through the process of proper immigration, which is why they're here illegally a lot of the time, because they won't make that vigorous process of immigration. Okay, so go ahead.
This is my fault because you're right. I said a lot of things really fast, but one of the things that I said really fast is something that I'd actually like your response to, which was one of the reasons why we shouldn't support Trump's mass deportation, and that's a fact that it has led to Donald Trump positioning himself above the Constitution, pulling from this dictatorial playbook with his attempt to illegally reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants to then deport in violation of their 14th Amendment rights.
Sorry. So what did you say that again? Sorry. I thought you were going to ask me a question.
One of the bad outcomes of mass deportation that I'd like you to respond to is Donald Trump's positioning of himself like a wannabe dictator, and as if he's above Congress, SCOTUS, and the Constitution, because one of the things that he's done is he's attempted to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants by illegally and unconstitutionally stripping them of their right to birthright citizenship to then be deported.
Yes. So can you give me an example of what we're talking about? So you're talking about birthright citizenship, how he's attempted to remove birthright citizenship from the Constitution. Essentially, that's what he's trying to do, and it goes against the Constitution. Is that what you're referring to? What he's trying to do?
He's tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil with use of an executive order, which is strictly unconstitutional, strictly illegal, and I believe that he's done so intentionally and belligerently.
So let me tell you why I think that what the reason why he was doing that and why I would support a move to remove birthright citizenship. Okay,
well, I mean,
let me tell you that
it was strictly illegal and unconstitutional.
Yeah, I think that he can't do that right now. And if there's a legal process though to reverse that, which is what I think he was attempting to do, is to do that legally. I think that the reason why he wants to remove birthright citizenship, what he's trying to remove, what I believe he's trying to remove,
I just want to clarify. You actually agree that Donald Trump is pulling from the dictatorial playbook in attempting to circumvent the power vested in Congress to amend the Constitution and the power vested in SCOTUS to reinterpret the Constitution with an illegal executive order where he attempted to position himself above the Constitution by intentionally and belligerently infringing on it.
So no, you're characterizing his actions and his intents. I'm telling you that the way he went about it is not legal, and he shouldn't have done it that way. Now, I think that he should be attacking a way to stop birthright citizenship in the form of tourism birthright citizenship. So there is a thing very common. It happens in Canada, happens in Mexico, where people will come to America with the intent and the sole intent to have a child in the United States, to have that American dual citizenship for their child, and then go back to their country to get the benefits of being American citizenship without contributing or joining that economy. That's a thing that happens. And there's a long-term play there that after 21 years, your child, if they're American, can sponsor you to become an American citizen. And that's a bypass way of the normal way you would have to immigrate to the United States. So do I think the intent was to strip and be a dictator and do what you say he would characterize him the way it is? I don't know the man personally. I don't think that was the case. I think that trying to find a way.
But you agree that he signed an EO into law that was unlawful.
Well, I think he's trying to clarify what that means, because when the Constitution was written, it was a different world and a different time. And I think that birthright citizenship.
We know what it means. There's no part of the birthright citizenship section of the 14th Amendment that's vague.
I think if you moved to the United States when the time the Constitution was made and you worked and you contributed and you were part of this economy, that your child was born on U.S. soil should become American. I think that there was not a time when that was happening where you had airplanes and all this tourism that was happening in the United States where the pure intent was to have a child to become American and to have them utilize the system.
Okay, but listen. So what you're equivocating between right now is attempting to give me your personal opinion that we should change the 14th Amendment of the Constitution and limit birthright citizenship, and a legal opinion that what Donald Trump did was illegal. So we could have a conversation about your personal opinion on the amendment, but first and foremost, we're just going to have a conversation of Donald Trump circumventing Congress and SCOTUS to attempt to illegally change the Constitution with NEO. All right? I expect you. Just one moment. I expect you to think that the children born to undocumented immigrants shouldn't have birthright citizenship. Okay? That's not a shocker. Okay? That's a very popular belief within MAGA. That's a very popular belief within the right. That's a very popular belief within the GOP. My gotcha here, okay, isn't, oh my God, Trump thinks they shouldn't have citizenship. How do you respond to this? You should stop supporting him. No. My gotcha here is rather that Donald Trump is illegally infringing on the Constitution of the United States of America in an attempt to take constitutional rights away from citizens. And this is one of many actions taken from his... Exactly. And he did not follow that legal framework, because if we want to change the 14th Amendment, then Congress has to add a 28th Amendment and say, well, actually, birthright citizenship only applies to individuals in legal categories X, Y, and Z. Or if we want to reinterpret the 14th Amendment, then SCOTUS has to step back and say, well, actually, we're going to go ahead and appeal Flower v. Doe. We're going to go ahead and repeal U.S. versus Wong-Kim-Ark. And here's our new interpretation of what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof. But instead, Donald Trump said, I'm above the Constitution. I'm above the law of the land. I'm above the courts. I'm above SCOTUS. I'm above Congress. Here's how it's going to be. I'm taking your constitutional rights away from you, you citizens. And this is only one data point and a theme that we've seen from the Trump administration.
Dean, what was the result of that action?
Oh my God, can you stop interrupting me?
But what was the result of that action?
I'll happily answer your question once I'm done speaking, not in the middle of my statement.
Okay, continue then.
Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate that. All right. And this attempt from Donald Trump to position himself above the Constitution, above the law of the land, above SCOTUS, and above Congress is only one data point of many of him wanting to assume all power in and to himself. He did the same thing with saying that he wants to nationalize the elections, even though Article 2 of the Constitution gives that ability to the states. He did that.
Can I pause you there, Dean, because you're moving on to something else? And I don't want to interrupt you.
I'm just trying to demonstrate this conceptual theme of the Trump administration, not giving a fuck about the checks and balances, not giving a fuck about the rule of law, and not giving a fuck about the Constitution.
So I understand your point. Thank you. So let's talk about the legal framework and how he did that. What was the result of that, though? He was unsuccessful because there are checks and balances that will not allow him to do that. No, there's checks and balances in place in the legal framework today that if he does do something like that, then he's not going to be successful. And he was ultimately unsuccessful. And what you're saying is his attempts to do these things are what make him an authoritarian. An authoritarian doesn't attempt, they do, right? So if he was an authoritarian, there simply would be no more birthright citizenship. There would be no more birthright citizenship, and he would seize that decision. There is a framework within Congress and within constitutions that prevent him from doing that. He can attempt to do as much things as he wants, and he's not going to be successful if they're not legal. So, my opinion of him is, do I think he was smart or intelligent?
You agree if he was successful in that action, he would be an authoritarian?
I think that if he did it again, if he was unsuccessful.
So if he was successful in that action, would he have been authoritarian?
No.
Wait, but you just said that authoritarians do. But you just said if he did it, then he would be an authoritarian. That's what you said.
Would you like? I can answer if you let me answer.
Yeah.
I think that he would be an authoritarian if he bypassed the framework and was successful in it in a way that he was found that this was illegal. Like right now, here's how he's going to be an authority.
But we just agreed.
Can I give you an example?
I'm so sorry. No. Because you like to talk for a long time to like obfuscate and pivot away from the substance. I mean, on the bone here. Okay. You agreed that Executive Order number 14160, where he tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants, okay, was illegal, was constitutional, was in violation of the 14th Amendment. And then he said that authoritarians don't try, they do. So in other words, we can agree that if executive order number 14160 was successfully executed on by government by government divisions, and then all of a sudden they started deporting the children born to undocumented immigrants with that claimed a birthright citizenship, that would make Trump a dictator.
No, if he was successful and he got through the government process and it was within the Constitution and the legal framework and he was successful, it doesn't make him authoritarian.
Okay, so what you're saying here is that in order to have to be authoritarian, you must first be successful in your authoritarian actions. But if Trump were to be successful in his authoritarian actions, then they're definitionally speaking not authoritarian because they were successful. See? All that you're doing here is attempting to set up this catch-22 where there's no possible way in any possible world where Trump could ever be an authoritarian, because it fails because it's illegal. And if it were to succeed, that means it's legal. And by the way, that's not even true. All right? Like right now, I'll give you a great example of this. I'll give you a great fucking example of this. So far, the Trump administration has succeeded in their defense of the murder of Alex Preddy. All right? So far they have. Kristi Noem said that what he did was well in accordance with regulatory guidelines through the DHS. Okay. It seems like the right has really bit down hard on the narrative, preached by Kristi Noem and other members of the Trump administration, that Alex Preddy was this type of domestic terrorist. Okay. And we know that Alex Preddy was murdered. We know that that was illegal. Or, I mean, think about what happened in the 2020 election. I mean, he successfully tried to install FAKE votes for himself in that election. Okay, he tried to send them into Congress. And sure, he was unsuccessful because Mike Pence shot him down, but I think that obviously classify him as an authoritarian under my view, even though he was unsuccessful. All right? But then, okay, the 174 rioters that tried to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol, barge inside and smear their shit on the walls, they were able to successfully get off the hook for what they did, because then Donald Trump turned around and extended them full presidential pardons. I think that you need to accept that Donald Trump absolutely symbolizes authoritarian actions, okay, and authoritarianism, okay, through his attack on our Constitution, his erosion of our rule of law, his illegal directives, not just to the military, but to the government agencies, and illegal directives through the use of EOs, and this general sentiment that he's been communicating, that he is the inevitable, and he'll be able to do whatever he wants regardless of any check nor any balance, like the 2020 election, like nationalizing midterms, okay, like protecting the murders of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, so on and so forth.
Okay, so now can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not true. So you said there's no way that I would consider Donald Trump an authoritarian. I can tell you a scenario where I would, 100%, right? So I don't believe that an authoritarian, okay, let me give an analogy for all the viewers to understand. We have a game of Monopoly. There are rules. There are rules and laws that follow. You can try to do anything. You can try to skip. You can try to not mortgage a property. You can try to break a rule. You can try to do something that's not broken the rule. You get caught or whatever the case might be, or you're not successful in breaking that rule or attempting to break that rule because you simply can't, and you respect the fact that you can't break that rule, so you withdraw your move, right? And you go back to the playing board and do another move. That, to me, is not being an authoritarian. An authoritarian is someone that's going to come in and say, I'm going to do this move. You say the rules say you can't do that move. I think the rules can. Ultimately, it's decided that the rule says that I can't, and I do it anyways. That is an authoritarian. Trump has attempted to try to use the legal framework and play and manipulate potentially the words or the interpretation of certain laws to his will to try and do something. And when he's unsuccessful, because the system simply says, we're not going to recognize the attempt, so you have to find another way, he withdraws that move and tries another move. That's not an authoritarian. That's someone that's trying. That's someone that's trying to play the game.
All right, man. So then you think that Trump is an authoritarian. Then you think that Trump is an authoritarian because his administration has been illegally redacting the Epstein files out of accordance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And they've done it anyways, even though Congress has reminded them that all it takes to understand that what they're doing is illegal is to read one sentence, Section 9, subsection C of the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Let's see how that ends. Let's see how that ends. Let's see if they actually do produce the redacted, the unredacted files, and let's see if that's going. That matter's not closed. I'm telling you,
the matter's not closed. The matter's not closed. Actually, no. According to Pam Bondi, it is.
It's not though.
It is. According to Pam Bondi, it is.
Okay. Well, okay. So let's talk about this. Show me an action.
According to Pam Bondi, it is.
And that he's proceeded.
There you go.
Action.
There you go. This is an action of the Trump administration that's been deemed illegal, and then they proceeded. All right. They illegally redacted names from the Epstein files out of accordance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, such as the names of his the people associated with Epstein that abused children, or pretty much anybody other than the victims and survivors. In accordance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, redactions are only allowed to be made to conceal the identities, or personally identifiable information of minors and victims. That is the only time they're able to make redactions, okay? But the Trump administration and the Trump DOJ doesn't care. They don't fucking care. And they've just redacted them anyways. Another instance of them having something being deemed as illegal than doing it anyways would be during the last 12 days of the government shutdown, where they refused to pay out SNAP benefits with the use of emergency contingency funds, had a court and a judge in Rhode Island say that you were actually legally obligated to pay out of those funds, and they didn't do it. They ignored that court ruling. Another example would be the deportation of Abrigo Garcia. All right, SCOTUS ruled it was illegal, had to come home. They put out on the White House public Twitter account, he's never coming home, before that action was forced. All right, another really fucking good example here. Dude, I could literally go a day. Do you just want to start with this first three? And then also, just as a general thematic response to this claim that an authoritarian will do it anyways, even when they're stopped, I disagree. I completely disagree. Because I think that Donald Trump can try his hardest to engage in authoritarianism and still yet be inevitably limited because of the strength of our checks and balances. And if he's ultimately limited because of the strength of their checks and balances external to himself, I would still argue that he is an authoritarian because he wants to be an authoritarian. But if you could please respond to those three circumstances of something being deemed as illegal, then them doing it anyways, I'd really appreciate it.
I'm happy to, Dean. Let's go over the three things you said, because you put a lot in there. And second, I know you're muting me. I understand you want to go on. You don't want me to interrupt you. Let's do a framework, like a 30-second respond time, so that way
just
I don't go over and I don't interrupt you. Okay, so what's the points you're asking me? Can you short and sweet? So it's
one example of him just doing something illegal for fun. Okay, is the redactions in the Epstein files.
Redaction in the Epstein files. So I'm not well versed on that matter or the legality of that matter. So you're asking me to debate that, and I don't. You have to give me more context. So what exactly happened? Right? That's not something I know enough to tell you.
I got you. So the Epstein Files Transparency Act, specifically Section 9, subsection B and C, says you can't redact the identity of somebody because of potential reputational harm, political establishment, public embarrassment, so on and so forth. That's Section 9, subsection B. Then Section 9, subsection C says you can only redact the personally identifiable information of people, if they're victims, if they're survivors, if they're minors. Now,
so what was their reason for redacting it?
What
was the Trump administration's position?
That's actually another thing. The bill also requires them to explain the redactions that they did make. Now, in response to all this, the Trump administration illegally started releasing the files after the legal deadline of December 19th. First move that would be considered authoritarian under your framework. Illegally refused to explain the redactions that they did make by mid-January. Second action that would be viewed as authoritarian under your framework. And then all throughout this mess has been illegally redacting the personally identifiable information of people other than victims. A good example of this would be the fact that there's over 950,000 illegal redactions of Donald Trump's name. Third, fourth, and millionth. Authoritarian action. That under your framework, that the Trump administration is engaged in.
Okay, so for me to answer your question, I need just one question answered. I understand your position, why they redacted, why it's illegal, why you're saying the framework is illegal for them to do that. Makes sense? So far, I agree with you. What was the position? What was the explanation for it? Is there an explanation? Are we anticipating one?
The closest thing that we've gotten an explanation is